Hello, so today what we will be doing is finishing the JSON library that I was working on last week. However, there's one thing I should say. I fixed one bug with, there was something here. So now if I actually run it and I have my template JSON like this, this should give me a good result. Let's just set this up quickly. Okay. We are in breakpoints. Main here. Yep. So we are breaking there. Now we can see the tokens. It ends where it should. And we can actually see that in the memory. So what would that be? JSON file. Yep. This is the last byte. And you can see that is exactly the curly brace. And before that you have the name John, which is what we have here with some empty spaces. So that is all good. Of course, we also have the primitives here. So if we instead go to tokens 49, start, you can see here that it is tr space EU, and it's about 5 characters long. So it's like this entire thing. And then you have the comma. And this is not a valid primitive. So what we need to do before we finish this up is we need to go through all of the tokens, look at the primitives, and then try to see what they are. If they are valid or not. Now that's not strictly necessary. We might have a JSON validate here. And it's UTF-8 because I am not handling anything else at the moment. So then we get the tokens. And we get also what? Signed int token count. This can be a void actually. I don't really care about returning anything. type. Type. And that actually reminds me, here, start type end. This is my recurse function. So when we are calling the recurse, all I need to do really is give the well, I need the token position, so signed int we need that, but we can just pass it in as another parameter. And then we get the token, we assign the parent. So do we want to have the absolute parent or relative? I think the absolute makes more sense. It's more intuitive to have the absolute parent. I don't want to store both. It makes no sense. So I would just put the parent here. And this relative, we're absolute parent or just parent. That makes more sense to me. So yeah, back to, well, recurse the parent is obviously 0 in that case. And the parent for this is -1, let's say, because it's there is no parent for it. Invalid. So if it's a primitive, then we need to validate what the data is. So we have a couple of tools. We can look at the first byte. So the first thing we should get probably is the length. I would simply because it's easier to deal with, to type over and over. Token type. We can have an assert. What is I16 max? What more? Well, we can check the first byte. So we have the JSON file. Right. JSON token start. We can just do a switch here, or could we? I think it makes sense. Maybe. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, dot, comma. I don't know. I don't think comma is actually allowed in JSON for numbers. The plus should be minus. Can I do a plus there? I can do a minus, but I can't do a plus. That's funny. Well, the question would be if I can do a str to L. Point plus minus. I think that's it. Then we have true and false. Well, we can do a test. No, that's what I need. Let's write it with normal start str and compare. What we have is the first string, which is, well, call it true. Second string, which is this. And the max count is a length. We can do the same for false. And then we say if either P or F then we say it is a bool. It's invalid. So if it is a bool, we need to know if it's true or false, I guess. Or do we care? I could do a union here. This is a keyword. Ah. No, I can't have that. So like I don't want to rename this U32 because technically this doesn't have to be a U32. In some systems it might be a U16 or a U64. That's why in my definitions file I'm doing this type assert here, which is doing this. So if this would be compiled on any system that where this wasn't true, that U32 was 32 bits long, then it wouldn't compile, or at least you would have to make some kind of change. That's not true for this code. This is outside of these definitions. So I think this is the best I can do, really. Like technically you can have U64 because there's nothing preventing me from doing that. That would not fit in a U32 or U64 even. What is the U64 max value? It's like 10 to the power of 9. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, you can see that this value is way smaller than that. But technically, this is allowed. Like, there's nothing saying that you can't have a value like this in the JSON, I think. And this is simple enough that if anyone really wants to use longer ones, then you could write that yourself. I could try to detect it. For example, I could see, okay, is every character a number? Then it's a valid number as long as it follows the rules of like only one dot I don't know. Mm-hmm. I'm not really validating it anymore if I'm doing that. But if I am validating it, like what's the point of not storing the result? Well, then the point would be that I have to store that in memory somewhere, and I don't want to do that. Because then suddenly I want to, like, maybe this is not a good idea at all. Let's just leave it at that. Simpler is better. So we do nothing there. It's just like, oh, if it's not true, then it's invalid. We go through all of the characters. Is there some smart way of checking multiple characters at once? Because, okay, let's say I have this character. That's a 48. And I AND it with 1. The difference between these is 1 byte. Why would this not be 1? This should be 49. What is going on? Oh, I should do OR. If I OR them all together, I can do, let's say I have an A. I can end that with 55 or something. That's okay, 63. Well, 63 is going to be it's almost every byte. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of pointless if we're looking at each byte. Because you can see this is positive. There's 2 bits that are corresponding, but like it's gonna have almost every bit because it's too many characters to check. So yeah, let's maybe not do that, but oh wait. I'm running out of names. Okay, JS. Go. If this is equal to and then I need to go for all of my characters. This is kind of dumb, right? This is stupid. For every character, check if it's one of these 11 characters. 13 characters. So what is this str2l? What does it do? Of course. Copyright 1990. Okay, so we have our pointer. Is digit. Yeah. How do you check if it's a digit? What is this? Is digit. Lib LibIberty? What? GCC. Well, I would have it. ctype.h. Yeah. Give me the source. It's open source. Okay, let's just do this, right? This is the lazy way of doing it. ASCII. So we are just saying, okay, if it's above 2F and if it's below 3A, we have all the numbers. And then we just check also if it's a minus or a dot, or maybe we check from here. And exclude the slash. Okay, so if the character if it's above 2F, no. If it's above 2C, and it's smaller than three A, maybe we do that 2D. If it's within that range, then we also like if the if JSJ is equal to this. Was it back or forward slash? Forward slash. If it's a forward slash, then, you know, break or n equals false. And we just break. Otherwise, we just continue. And that's our loop. So that's the smartest thing I can think of. And it only works because they are like relatively close to each other. If they wouldn't be, it would be an issue. That's probably what isDigit is doing anyway. But this doesn't mean anything to me because I don't have the source. Is CNTRL? Does that mean control? Like here, isDigit. If the type +1 of the unsigned car C and C type N, like I don't know what the C type N is, so like I don't have the source. I don't want to download anything. Like this is stupid. The source should be the source. Okay, here we go. If it's 4, yeah, they're definitely doing something smart here that I don't understand at the moment, and I don't feel like taking the time to dig through it. Anyway, this works. And then if at the end of that n is true, or if n is not true, then it's invalid. I could also check here, bool fl as in floats. And then if it's if JSJ is equal to dot and FL is equal to false, then we say that it is a float. Otherwise, well, I kind of need. Let's do this instead. And dot. So we have a dot count that starts at 0. If that's true, then we just do dot count plus plus. And here, if it's a number and the dot count is equal to then we say that it's a float. If it's 0, then it's an integer. I don't care about which kind of integer. And otherwise, and we can break here. And then we say, well, too bad. Too bad we didn't find anything invalid, so that's it. Because if it's 2, then it's an invalid number. You can't have a number with 2 dots in it. So that makes it pretty easy, I think. Now, it does complicate it again. If there is only a dot, is that a number? I don't think so. You could say it's 0.0 if you want to be like very, if you really want to allow things. But you can't go here and just do dot. That's a syntax error. So maybe I do, if the dot count is equal to 1, I should also check that the length, if the length, well, if the length is more than 1, so like we have at least 2 characters and we have only 1 dot, well, then you have the issue of I can't have minus dot. The thing is that, like, I think that that should be valid. I know that it's not, but I think that it should be valid. And similarly, I think that this should also be valid. If you just want to say that, oh, it's a float. You do have to do that, but the question would be, what does str2f accept? Because maybe str2f doesn't actually accept. I think it accepts this. I don't know if it accepts that as a float. But I don't want to have a bunch of special rules. I do want to let's test it actually, because I don't know. Let's do that here. Hello? I guess the terminal has crashed. I guess it never started. Because I think that is actually valid for str2f -0. So yeah, you can see this is -0.5. Now I'm not sure why I'm not printing that. Probably I need to add more significant values. Yeah. So that works. And that's not a technically JSON valid, as you can see. So I think if we want to be well, the question would be I don't know. I like this. This is very concise. It's not super costly and it's permissive. Yeah. So I like that. I would say that's all I needed to do. I guess this is too long. Yeah. All right. So we have floats, we have integers, we have booleans, and I guess we also have the other things. Primitive. I don't know. So you can run this once and you get just primitives. You are free to parse them however you like. Or you can run this validator and you get them as Boolean, integers, or float, or invalid. I think that I'm happy with that design. So then, I guess we should make this more. I don't want to write that manually or str to L. Do I really need that? So the thing is, this is pretty easy to write. This also. This is a bit annoying. But I can say no libc, we do this manually. So here's what I want to do. If no libc is defined, we use the manual. Well, it doesn't really work because like I want to do like if and defined. So then I have to do this in every separate block. If we are having this defined, then we say, well, okay, like I could do this for every one of them. Actually, if this is defined, then we do that. Otherwise, so I can do this for each and every one of them. So we do string length. This is signed in, right? long int. Where's printf coming from? Standard IO. But standard IO is also libc. Yeah. Blah blah blah. I don't know the relationship of these things. Yeah, you have that and assert. Or standard is libc. So I need to do a if not defined printf. I can't really make my own printf, or at least I don't know how. So I'm gonna say, well, the same thing as here. I'm just gonna say do nothing if there's no libc and we don't define it ourselves, right? So that's character length to L, printf, and compare. And assert. I don't know of a better way to do it. Just like, hey, literally just go there or do this. For debugging only. I can do that, right? If not, I don't know. I like that better. There's a better way for using these macros. But I'm gonna have to double check. If we take this as an example, like this is kind of what I want to do. But there is a better way. Because the issue is that you might want to have more parameters here. Not necessarily, but you might. But then it's like too complicated, maybe. I don't know. So let's do it like this, right? So oh, what do you call it exactly? C standard libraries? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't like how it flashes when I'm typing, but okay. I don't know. This seems dumb. Maybe I will do that. And otherwise, we just use those libraries. Obviously, str is having this. strlen is just a string. str2l printf can do that, and then assert. It's a normal assert. Hmm. Maybe I don't give that. I want it to always be 10 because JSON doesn't really support hexadecimal offsets in the string, like here. Like, I don't know. I don't think it supports it, or does it? No, I don't think so. Can I give this an end null pointer? End pointer. If it's not a null pointer, so I can put that as a null pointer, 0. Beautiful. Okay. So then we copy this above. Oh, it's all the way down there. Point token, it's fine. Oh, that was a thing I needed to do also. I don't really know how to support this. Because let's say I have this. Well, is this like even a thing? Because if I'm typing here and I'm doing like a \t, that is just the tab character. Like when I read that, I get the tab character. But if I would do this, then I have a / and a t. That's valid characters. So like there's no, I don't think there's even any special characters like that. I should skip. string. Single quote, you know. But or like not single quote, double quote. But it's part like you can have a quote inside of the string, and it's part of the string. So I don't think I actually need to do anything about that. Right. Find token. And this is a little bit like hard to wrap your head around, but I think it works. And then we have tokenize, recurse, nothing weird there. Here we have the first TFL asserts. So we need a TFL strn comp. But we don't have that. My wife is watching some kind of screamer movie, and all I can hear in the background is I can't. Why is this not defined? Oh yeah, because it's not. I didn't write the function yet. That's fine. Then we do TFL. My knee hurts a little bit sitting like this. Do I need to add long? I think so. Stir and comp. I'm not using this end for anything. Or I am using it for something. Fair enough. Yeah, now I have a bunch of errors, but we can turn this off again and we get rid of the errors. Or no? There is this one. Shut up, Microsoft extension. This thing. And then when we're done, huh? Okay. This is the only function that uses it. So let's just wrap it around here. And then what are my definitions? Stir car, stir len, stir and comp, stir tool, printf, assert, array count. Should be below. Cool. Undeclared function. Well, yes, that is true. The tokens are the tokens, right? And the token count is the tokens max. Yeah. Huh? Wait. Permission denied. Is it running? I didn't realize it was running because I thought it was closed. And there was no window open, but I guess maybe I never opened the window. All right. Are we having issues? Well, there's definitely something not working. Why might that be? That works. And that doesn't work. We're looking for some other array. Well, it doesn't matter because if it doesn't find it, it should just return. But I haven't actually debugged my own code. Whoops. Parse. Yeah. Hello, Sir Elfman. What is good? What does multi-platform mean? Well, if you think about it, multi means several, and platform means the thing that you're running on. So if you would look at, well, not this one. Here. If you look at my source here, I have build Emscripten and Win32. And later on, I will have also built Linux. So obviously, I'm in the middle of doing something right now, so it's not going to work. But I guess I could show you. I have a Windows executable, but I also have here game.html. So it runs in the browser, basically. Yeah, in the literal sense. Exactly. So I have, well, the way I structured my code is that I have my literal like literally the game is self-contained, and anything that a game needs, it gets through like services, and the services is just function pointers. So I have something called here global and some, these are from the OS, but I have also OS here. So window and graphics, that's highly specific to the platform you're on. So they are just void stars. And then I call functions that I am setting up somewhere. But yeah, that's basically how it works. Check out SIG CC for compiling on Linux. I can use it like any other C compiler, but I can target old glibc. Okay. I've never used SIG. And Clang works on Linux. So I was just going to be writing something for Wayland, similar to my Windows code here. Because the Windows code is very, like this is basically everything that I'm doing. Window init, it's just like, okay, I'm loading my window, setting up the parameters and whatever. And then I have my window loop, which is just, processing messages basically. And I've never written something for Linux before, but I'm guessing it's quite similar. It's just a fancy Clang wrapper. Well, do I care about targeting the oldest glibc? I'm not sure. I will think about it when I get to Linux. But right now, right now I have a big diversion. My diversion is writing a JSON library. And as you can see, well, I allow you to not include libc, and then I'm about to write these string character, string length, string and compare. It won't run on anything older than the. Okay, well that's a Linux ism that I'm not familiar with. Then I'm gonna have to look at that. So let me write that down actually, just so I don't forget. I have some notes. Well, okay, so I understand that you need to pretty much use it. I am using it. Or well, maybe not glibc. I'm not 100% sure. I'm using libc. But for my Windows. But that's translated to something different for WASM. And then on Linux, you need something else. I'm just saying that, hey, in my JSON, in this header file, I'll allow you, or I would like to allow you to not include C standard library. So let me just copy paste this. All right, I saved that for the future. So thank you for mentioning that. I have never written a window application for Linux before. So all of that would be new to me. But again, let's focus on what I was doing. So in case you haven't seen any of this before, I originally used Jasmine. So Jasmine is a library for tokenizing JSON files. And it's very small. If you look at it, you can see it's about 400 lines, something like that, with comments and whatever. And I used that to write a function that would allow me to like search for something specific using like this proprietary or not. Like I think it's kind of standard. Like it's just navigating through the JSON to find the 0th thing called some array, and then going into the second index of the array, and then the subarray, and then getting the second thing that is called f and getting that out. So basically, I have my test here, and I have this is my some other array, to just like to stress test the code and then like reading this thing out. And I was using Jasmine for that, but then I figured, well, it's only a couple hundred lines. How much work can it really be to replace it? So today it's like my second day trying to replace it. They try their best to make your app not work statically. Well, that's a shame. I like static programs. Pretty much every program I'm writing, I try to make it a single executable with no DLLs. Sometimes you have to use a DLL because you need to use OpenGL, or you need to use DirectX, or you need to communicate with the Bluetooth thing, or I need to write audio data somewhere, right? But those things are all in the system already. So at least you don't have to install anything with the program. And I like, my philosophy when I'm writing programs is that I like, okay, the OS is having services that I can use, and I'm going to assume that the OS has those services. Like I'm not going to check, does Wasabi exist? And then if it doesn't exist, I will use, direct audio, or what is the alternative again? I forget. Again, you might notice most of my experience is based in Windows, because that's what I have the most experience with developing for. I have not quite. I've only done like terminal programs in Linux, but what I wanted to say is just my philosophy is to always include everything in the program, including the assets, if possible. The worst thing I hate is when I install a program, and then not only does it have, hundreds, if not thousands of files and a bunch of DLLs in the same folder where the executable is, but then it also installs a bunch of stuff to, the hidden folders or the user data, app data, things like this. And then if you want to change a setting, you have like 3 places you need to look at. And I just don't like that at all. I like to have one executable that does everything, and then you can maybe have another place on the computer in like in your documents or whatever, where you are storing your save files or settings or things like that. So I should use Closure compiler to minimize the JS output, and use FLTO. So I don't know, like, okay, I do use F no exceptions. I can show you actually. I am an Emscripten beginner, right? So don't come asking me for advice on what is the best practices. However, I do have. I feel like I should have that. What do I have? I have these preload files. I'm gonna replace that with having a single file later, because I need to like pack my own file format. Preload, preload, preload. I feel like I recognize these things that you were mentioning. Maybe it's in my bash. Nah, I'm not sure. Hello, the Krillionaire. What's up? So what I take from what you're telling me is that there's definitely a lot more things that I can learn about Emscripten or WASM. Maybe like this is not maybe the right way to do it, but the way I have been using it is I just develop for both Windows and Emscripten, And then whenever I encounter a problem, I debug it in Windows, and then it fixes it in Emscripten. And I don't really pay too much attention. The only thing I really did was I wrote this myself. So we can look at it here. I wrote this myself, kind of copying the thing that it spits out automatically. But I'm not great at web dev myself. Expect WASM to be 30% slower than native. Well, I haven't really gotten to a point where I can really test those things. It's a shame I'm in the middle of. Well, okay, I can do this actually. By the way, Crillionaire, I am writing some JSON libraries, if that interests you. But I have a little bit of a distraction right now. So let's. What is it? This one? Yeah, it's this one. So let's not do that for the moment. So here's my application. As you can see, I have some kind of bug that I need to rescale the window once in order for the position of my mouse. You can see that it follows, the triangle is following my mouse if I hold it down. And if I do the same for Emscripten, oh no. I might have gone too out of sync. Repository git URL does not exist. I am missing probably a single command that I have here. This one. Handmade math not found, right? Because I have that. It should be just externals. Unknown. Well, it's a lot of more errors than I was expecting. Unknown type name graphics. Well, it's included in here. Am I not defining OpenGL in this build? Jasmine not found. Yes, because I deleted it. Undeclared function string copy s. Really? Well, I mean, technically, I guess that's. I know that Windows really wants you to use string copy s. It complains if you do this. You can see here, it's deprecated, but it might be only deprecated on Windows. So I think what I sometimes do is I do something like define a TFL str copy. And then I can do something like, okay, if it's Emscripten, then we do the normal str. And I have to look at the definition for this because they have different definitions compared to S. The S takes the size, I think. So we have a destination, source, and I can just give it like size, something. No. Here. Oh, dest size. And source. So this is dest, source, and if I'm on Windows, then we define it like this. Wow, it's really upset with me today. Ah. What about JSON token? Unknown type name. So where am I? Ah, this thing I need to include, of course. JSON H not found. That's okay. Almost done. All right. We are having here include this source in Emscripten bats. Takes so long. Okay. Undefined symbol, right? I think. Well, I'm in the middle of the process of writing this, not yoga. This JSON. So I didn't actually. The reason it might be complaining is because I didn't make them static. So I can just write this as static because I'm only, it shouldn't be static here to do remove. It shouldn't be static here. I'm just doing that because I need to compile it. And it's fine because I'm only including it in one place. But I might want to have it defined in multiple places later. Okay. So now I can run my Emscripten. And apparently it's completely wrong. It should look like this. Why is it not looking like that? So much and for so little. Well, it really should be working. So one clue is that you might have seen that being gray. Not build. Build failed. Maybe I read it wrong before. Invalid argument. This doesn't mean anything to me. Exception ignored while flushing sys standard out. What does that mean? I have 2 dogs. They were making noises. I don't know what this means. Flush standard out. No. I am using a lot of weird characters. It might be the reason. Where do I would set that in here, right? Unknown argument. Really? The first thing I looked at and it was a lie. I did this. Wait, it's a Clang error. Yeah, I don't know. In the terminal, I need to set it up in my session. What are you talking about? No, is that real? Build finished. Uh, well, let's run it then. Nope. Okay, well, at least it's building now. So the reason why I am suspicious is because I should have my OpenGL here. And we draw. I have WASM window. So the thing is, this is my window loop in Emscripten. All it's doing, it's setting this main loop with a frame rate, and it's calling draw. Draw is this. And what this is doing is it's calling the game to draw, which is basically just doing math, right? Then it clears and goes on to draw every entity and setting up the state for OpenGL and all this stuff. And then on the Windows, we're swapping the buffers. The reason why this is weird is because the first thing I do is set it to, this is RGB. You can see it's like overwhelmingly blue. But what it's actually doing, it's using this clear color. And you might see that if I do this. Well, I need to build the Windows version. Now you can see this color just happens to be the same as this color, or they should be the same. They are not quite the same. So maybe it's just not loading. I should probably look at the output. There's some developer tools here, console. Loading failed with source errors. This is where I am pretty good at developing C, I think, on Windows. I am a complete beginner developing WASM using a browser. So I am actually not even sure if my wasm window crashed right now. We could load this. It might work. It looks like it's just not loading, downloading. Although this might be because, well, everything is in the same folder. So like there shouldn't be any path issues. Same origin policy. What is this data file? Okay, I have a feeling I'm doing something that is crashing the program that I'm not aware of why. So in my load assets, I should be able to disable this. You can see I have a lot of, it's a little bit spaghetti right now because I'm just like exploring a little bit. Load assets. We can remove a little bit. So let's do if false. Because I'm not really doing anything with that. Permission denied. Very much my favorite error. So if I build Emscripten now, it would work. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit annoyed. I don't know why it would show nothing. I have one more suspicion. Where is the six? I'm not even getting the extension because it's not loading anything. How is that even possible? This is pissing me off. There should be a window here at least. Extensions. Because I have this, is it Spectre.js? Yeah, WebGL scenes. So because the program is not even loading, I can't use that to debug anything. And I'm not really sure why it would not be working. I think what I need to do then is I should probably take a step back and delete some of this old code that I'm not using, clean it up a little bit, and get back to actually compiling. Or not even compiling. I should be able to, like, the program should not crash immediately. Tokenize. Yeah. Texture, BMP. All this was working the other day, last week. There is a couple of things, like I have a suspicion that it's something about OpenGL. And one thing I could try. No? Oh. So now I'm not drawing anything. All I'm doing is clearing. Hmm. I do feel like maybe this is my the real clue. Request blocked. Cross origin. Learn more. So is it crashing because I am loading a file? Because I'm loading the shaders. That's fine. And here I'm also having a load file function. It takes a path. Is it not being used right now? I was doing this, and I think actually I was not using this preload file uh, for that JSON. But if I'm not loading the JSON anymore, I don't see the issue. And this noto sans, maybe that's the reason why, because I'm using a latte here. The course request is not HTTP. Loading from a file URI is not supported. I feel like the solution is very simple. Maybe it can just because I don't understand this same origin policy. What is this? So, like, I'm assuming it's something about I can't request something from my hard drive from the browser. It has to be hosted by the server in some way. But wait, am I not doing that? I'm literally running it. Like, I am running it from this script. Run. So I have my game HTML. This HTML here that I build. Uh, No? Oh, I need to run it also. Okay, that works. So why is mine not why is mine not working? This is not working at all. So okay, now we have that running. We can go back to drawing something. But we are not, of course, loading any assets. So we should probably do that also. Yeah. So the drawing is working. It's just the size of the window is completely messed up. That's why I made my own HTML. So something about this hosting is not working. Hmm. Why am I not running it? So maybe it's something about the game HTML. I am emscript.j. Ah, yeah. I changed the name. I changed the name of the file. That's true. Is that it? That might be it. Oh, build data wasm network error when trying to fetch resource. Which resource, please? Array buffer instantiation failed to asynchronously prepare wasm. Probably there's some more Emscripten in here. Path. What is path? Well, locate file. It's been a while. I think what I think is happening is I'm calling this locate file from somewhere. It constructs this path build slash Masstronaut. And it should Right. I didn't predict it would be such an issue. So one thing I really dislike with Emscripten, or possibly just JSON in general, or WASM in general, is I need to, as you can see in my batch file, I need to do this preload files, and if I don't do that perfectly, and you can see it's already a bunch of them. Like all this should be just one call. Like, hey, load everything in this folder or something. But it's not. So probably one of these files is not loading properly. Is that even the correct path? Assets, fonts, Noto Sans regular TTF. But it seems like it's actually about the WASM itself. And the WASM is there. You have data, you have WASM, everything is here. JS. Maybe we can take a look at that. This is generated, so like it's kind of hairy to go through. And you see also, maybe this is what you were talking about, Sir Elfman, before. That the generated JavaScript here, like 7,000 lines is not that bad. Especially when like most of it is some kind of arrays like that. But the WASM itself is quite small. You can see here, this is 1258 kilobytes, and my executable is larger. So actually, I think the WASM is pretty good. It has a good size. It's also because I'm including a lot less than maybe most projects. I'm trying to write my own or just using good libraries for that. And of course, when you strip away the like Windows stuff, because there are ways to make minimalistic executables, but normally the executable has a bunch of like probably 20% of this is not even code that I wrote. It's just something that Windows is just including because I defined Windows.h at the very beginning. I don't think there's anything I can learn from this. So I guess we're going back to Gemini. I can give it some more, a little bit more context. So is this correctly spelled? Yeah. I can give it this script. In the same folder, but what? But that's why I had this function. Like the JS and the WASM data files are in the same folder. Are you stupid? It's loading. It's literally loading that. Print at event. Load. Wait. Game dot HTML. Where are you? Here we go. Maybe I copied the wrong thing. It's a MIME issue? I don't think so. Like, oh, I guess we can do that. Goodbye. Where do I see the files? What do you mean click on that? I don't see it. It can't load it. So I can't see it. Browser network. Well, I only have the HTML and JS. I am running it like hmm. But it was working my entire life. Or did I do something stupid here? Let's look. That's the only change. And that's the only change that I made. And also, it's called the right thing. There's no EM scrap here. It's correct. Or well, maybe this isn't correct. Build. That's no good. Oops. I guess that technically, yeah, that's gonna overwrite my changes. And the data also has this double issue. No. Well, if it's a, sorry, if it's a 404, shouldn't it tell me it's a 404? Preload file. In Edge. XHR. Do I need to reload? Where? Fetch. Yeah, was open in new tab. Uh-huh. I can download that just fine. Yes, it downloads the file. The thing is, this was working for the past 2-3 months, and never I had an issue with the mime type being wrong. And I don't see why it would be wrong suddenly because I'm just writing some JSON code. What? I did nothing. I did literally nothing. What? Okay. Also, the position is kind of wrong. I think it might be upside down. The left and right probably works, but up and down is inverted. Okay. I don't know why that happened. Like that's strange. So well, what is the issue then? I this well, I got it working. I used to do this or close and run the HTML. I don't understand why that would be working and the other one did not. Classic EM run behavior. What, really? Okay, so maybe what happened, and like this is just a theory, but maybe what happened is that before it was running the server was so fast that it happened before the browser had time to do anything. So I guess I could do, if I do, let's experiment a little bit. Like I wanna see if this is the reason. So, well, now it's working for some mysterious reason. But I have a feeling, I don't know. Maybe it's better just to have that. Anyway, now it's working again. We can draw the text that I was working on. Just closing some things here. Okay, now we're kind of back to where we were. Let's draw the text. Hmm? Undeclared function. Yes, because I removed it, but it doesn't have to be removed. No text yet. I might have deleted too much. Uh-huh. Well, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. We what were we doing? Well, for some reason the text is not showing up in the browser, and that just straight up doesn't make any sense. The most likely reason for me is probably something to do with the shaders being buggy. Mm. Oh, so when I close that, interesting. Build, build, build. What are we having? Oh, am I stupid? Okay, well, I mean that makes sense. So we can record. So where are we going wrong? Draw erase instanced 406 571. Maybe that's the number of characters. You can see it's a bunch of characters actually. So this looks correct. although I feel like there's not enough of them. I can't tell how many characters this is, but this has to be, you know, less than 500 at least. At the very least. And then this is not correct. And the reason why I went over that before, it has to do with the fact that the shader for font, this has to be a fixed size. And it might not actually, it should be. Same for this. So I do use, this was a string shaping, right? So this is my shape. And you can see that for the shape, I'm grabbing the data from the shape, and then the data is having the offsets. But then I would expect if it's all zeros, then I would expect them all to be in the same place. So I think there's something wrong with this that I'm going to have to take a look at another day. For now, I do want to try to finish what I was doing with the JSON. So I'm going to switch back to Windows. But that's curious to me because I thought I fixed that issue and now it's not working anymore. So something I must have done to ruin that. As you can see here, this is correct. And actually, if I open it up in RenderDoc, it's not Emscripten anymore. It's Masstronaut. What you will be able to see is in my resource inspector. Well, I need to find out which buffer it is. It's one of these buffers. This was the first one. And you can see here 0, 23, 50, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, blah, blah. And I forget exactly what they were. Because this is not glyph ID. Well, okay, it is the shaping. So you can see it starts at 0 and then it goes up until like 600 or something, and then it wraps back. And it does that over and over. And when it does wrap, the offset in Y goes down. So that's exactly what it does. And then you can see also that it has the glyph ID on the left. So glyph ID 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably because it's just the way I'm parsing the way I'm rasterizing the font is reading one string and then just logging every unique glyph. But in the future, it should be more based on like performance and things like this. So at the very least, you can see that this is not a bunch of zeros. and it goes up to, 500 something. And same here. And, actually, that might be the reason why it failed. Because this content, and what is this, 26, 23? It starts from 0. What is this, a multiple of 26, 24? Multiple of 2, twice, 3 times. It's 41 bytes a bunch of times. 41 is also, is it 7? No. No, 41 is not a... 41 a prime number? It is a prime number. So why is it 41? I really thought 41 was not a prime number, by the way. So sorry about that. Something about this string shaping. String shape. Unused. Like you can see this struct is 16 bytes, not 41. So you're creating a buffer, string shape buffer count. But I knew about that when I was doing it. So like, I'm almost certain that I am just not paying attention to the size here being exactly the same as this, probably because I wanted to make it a different way. So I'm gonna have to come back to that. In Windows, it's fine. In Windows, you can do that without any issues, as far as I've seen. But we're coming back to the problem that I'm trying to solve of the JSON file. And the JSON file is having some kind of issue. It's getting stuck on this parse. Oh, Well, the double insurance. So yeah, if I try to step over this function, we are having some kind of soft lock. So let's see what actually causes a soft lock. Okay, we're having some kind of infinite recursion. And the reason why is what? Where even are we right now? Almost at the end. So I have the JSON. What is the JSON? Okay, there's one thing I want to check actually. I don't usually use AI this much during a stream, but like, is there an equivalent? There's no thing. Info parameters. I think it crashed. The thing is, I have this help, and the help is having locals here. And you can like go one up, or you can see all of the locals. There is params. Okay. So I just never looked it up. JSON source. Uh, no. It doesn't apply to, what is this type then? It's a car. So give me the offset. And that goes all the way to the end. I'm only really interested in the token start, or tokens end minus start. It's the one. Okay. We are actually looking for this some other array. And if we look at up here, we are already inside the array to some degree. I guess it's this one that we are looking at. No, can't be. Maybe look at the memory instead. One comma nothing, and then so it's this one. So we're on the second array, and then we have found something. Where am I? The identifier is equal. What was the identifier? Mm. We are at data. It is a string. The length is 4. We're comparing it to something, to the some other array. It's false. So we skip to the next thing, and that works fine, I think. This is data. This is the entire array. And then it's like this DLSFKJ, right? Okay. So again, it's a string. They are not equal. So we skip it. Statistics, the correct thing, and then we are in the array. Now we are equal. We didn't specify an offset, or did we? No, well, we specified 0 as the offset. So we're going to the next thing. And now we are doing a couple of things for the array count, which I already have. Because I parsed it. I want the second. Wait a minute. I counted that before. It's the number of arrays that I have to parse, which is 2. Okay. But the value of the index is different. It's not 2. Okay. So because I have 2 arrays that I need to go through, we are doing that twice. So the first, this is an array. It is an array. Yep. We found the correct array. Wait. Okay, if we don't find an array, then we just return the null pointer because we expect it to be an array, and if it's not, then that's a huge issue. But we found the array that we expected. Maybe not the correct array, the expected array. We start and end. That looks about correct. Like just guesstimating, just taking a look at it, it looks fine. Then we skip to the correct index. So we skip once for the first one. And then we skip another time. Well, not right now, I guess. Second array. And then we skip twice. And then we return so I have a feeling, because this is 1, I have a feeling it should be this object. Because the next thing we're looking up is the thing called f, but instead we are stuck on this primitive. So okay. This is an array. We're looking at the second thing in the array. And 0, 1, 2, that is a 1. That is correct. But why are we not immediately then returning a null pointer? This is my question. Our command is this f2, right? So we are checking this command, or parsing it, whatever you want to call it. And then we're checking, oh, there's a bracket in there. We want to get the second one. There's no array. So now we know what we need to do. We are having the key offset is 2. And we're having the name length. Command length. Yeah. But the name. It's the that is no good. It's actually an interesting situation because if I enter with a primitive token, but I have a command, there's nothing that could be except an issue. So like imagine that I have a path here. If I'm giving this and I'm arriving at a primitive, let's say, then that's fine. But if I get all the way to here and I have some command that I have to parse, that will never resolve anywhere good. But I also don't think it makes any sense to add a check up here saying, oh, if the current thing is a primitive or something, then we can't do anything. Doesn't make any sense. Or like it could make sense, but then kind of my structure is ruined. So then the question is, why are we not just returning nothing here? Where is the... Yeah, we're there. We should be skipping this entire thing because it's not a string. Tokens count 22. I is increasing. What is going on? Why is it doing that? Huh? Wait a minute. Did I miss something very obvious? If it's a string, we do a bunch of stuff, but if it's not a string, well, tough luck. I'm never increasing the I. Well, now I have a different error, different issue. This is incorrect. We are at 1. This is an object. We skip that. So we should skip the entire object, right? What is this tokens I? Locals? One? How is it 1, my dude? Why is it +1? There's an important reason why it's +1. It should, here, it should not be +1. So what will break when I change that from ++1 to nothing? So it's a big risk that something else is completely broken now. Expected integer value. So it's a string. We are skipping. Aha. So if it is a string, but it's not our thing, we need to do I++. Oh. I hate when I do a Windows button window. Skip the thing that is after the string because it's the that doesn't make sense. Okay. So we have data. We are going to the thing after data. It's a huge array. So we skip that. Then we have this blob. It's not equal. So we skip the thing that is after. And you can see that says data, but like actually this is correct. So we read this and we say this is not what we're looking for, so we're skipping the thing after. We read this, we're skipping the thing after. We read this and we're skipping this, which is the thing after. So that makes sense. Statistics, no. Some other array. This is the thing, or this is what we're looking for. If the identifier is equal, we do another plus plus. We find we're at I. Then we go to the next one. We are skipping the thing that we are on. We're only having 22 tokens. I believe if we would go back to the call stack, this is, yeah, 72, much higher. So then we should be skipping this thing, not the next thing. This is not a string, so we're skipping it. This is not a string, so we're skipping it. E is just by itself. This is a string, but it's part of the array, I guess. So now we have an issue because this is part of the array. It's not a key. So reading this as a key is an issue. So we need to know if we're inside an array or not. And if we're inside an array, we treat strings as entries into the array, not as keys or potential keys. So that means what? See, the thing is, if this would be equal, if this would be an F right now, and we can actually make it F, then we have a huge issue because we're looking for an F and we think it's a key, so we go to the thing that is after. So yeah, you can see here, oh, the identifier, wow, it's equal. And then the key length, wow, it's equal. And then we are looking for an offset. You know, that offset can be whatever. Like right now it's 2. So I guess maybe if we were really want to test it, like see how messed up, like how much of a problem this is. It's completely wrong. Like it's this is huge. F, we're looking for the first one. So we go to the next thing, which is a key. But we are like, hey, the thing is ran out now, and then we are returning this data, which just happens to be, what do you think it is? Well, it's named object. What is name object? It's not the value, it's a key. So we have returned a key as the result to our lookup, which is absolutely wrong. So we need to know if we are looking at it from an array or not. And then if it's an array, then we are just like not even entertaining this thought. So if the parent is an array, what do we do? I think all we really need to do, where am I? Why is this 2? Uh-huh. I should rename this later. You can do you can do a define or enum like within the function, so it's just like private to that function. So we're doing this, right? If it's a string, but this has to be false. So then how do we know? Or actually, we don't need this at all. All we need to do is check bool parent is array is equal to tokens 0 dot dot type is equal to right. That's it, I think. But we are still mixed up. Do I do the parent here? Because I don't have the context of the entire parent. I'm running out of time a little bit. See, the thing is, I don't think this is actually a valid test. So now we're at the very start. This parent is an object. So we know that this is like fine. This oops. Because this is not this parent is weird because it's a primitive. If it's a primitive, you can have primitives as part of a key or part of an array. So it doesn't really matter. I need the parent. But a primitive is not a parent. So maybe, I don't know, should I just throw it in there that, hey, if the JSON, if we're coming in here and the command is null, we return. But we could also say, because that's just what, like, there's nothing wrong with the code. It's just where we end up. And that's not a place that we're allowed to continue from, because a primitive cannot have children. So like that patches the problem. The question is if it's safe. I think it might be just going through the code and looking at it, it feels like it would be safe, but I would have to have some kind of like big test to make sure that it's actually good. So now this is in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So if the command is not a null pointer and the type here is a primitive, then that's an issue. We're allowed to be an object, and we're allowed to be an array. We're not allowed to be a primitive. We're allowed to be a string. Yeah. We are allowed to be a string because a string can be the key. But I have a feeling that we have the same bug now if we would end up here on, I don't know, E. Yeah, we have the same bug. Where were we? So we're going to E, but we are part of the array. There's you can't have this in an array. It's not allowed. Sorry, lads. I know it's been only 4 hours, but I'm out of time. This is a huge issue, and I don't know how to solve it except that we need to do something in here to keep track. So again, I don't like JSON. I don't like this solution. So the question would be if we can so like we know that we're in an array, but I don't necessarily know when we exit the array. So like here we need to have a big to do. Yeah. I'm gonna have to come back and try that tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. A shorter stream tomorrow because I will be busy in the evening. However, hopefully, this will be good enough to like even start sharing with people. So yeah, thank you and good night.